Works for you.
Test all the things. I'm gonna bring this way down.
There we go. Okay, let me go do some self promo while this stuff is waiting. Mm, Mute myself. Knock to collaborate.
Oh, didn't work. Hold on. Can you knock again? Never mind, I got it.
Oh, right after I close it. Okay. And then start sharing chat. Share chat enabled. Share chat enabled. Excellent. Gotta mute myself here. And then let me go grab your stream. Hello, Saint Coelacanth. You do see a mixed
A
stream.
mixed stream, yeah.
Other stream? I close this tab.
I don't think I've got.
Sweet.
I thought I had a window of your stream set up here, but it doesn't look like I do.
You probably just have to recreate it.
Okay, let me go find you then.
Be prepared for the ad break to start the session.
And it's just gonna
While
be a
we were
window capture, right? Window capture?
Yeah, I think I just had mine as a window capture.
Okay.
But yeah, I need to go pull your stream up in here. Group breakers. Yeet. Yeet.
Wait, I do have an ad existing. That looks right. Question is, where is it?
Delete that. Just gonna delete that. Add
Oh,
a.
there you are.
That's fine. Blend stream. New. Select a window. Twitch Opera. There we go. We don't need to capture audio.
Is there a way to crop it so that I don't have all the extra stuff on
Yes.
yours?
You just hold Alt
Alt?
when you
Okay.
grab a corner.
Ha 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 ha. Of cropping.
Like I'm just gonna capture your
Drawing area.
yeah.
Want all of your drawing area. I just want that met.
There we go. That's probably fine.
They totally know what we're doing.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Let me go post all my shilling posts.
I had to guess my chat window is probably tall. Fine. Say that tall though.
Need to post there. I can post here. I can post here. There we go. Shilling.
Yay, shilling.
Yeah, shilling. Hi, everybody. Welcome in. Oh my gosh.
Stop yawning.
I'm not, that wasn't a yawn. That was just me groaning. Eat more than just 2 bites of my food.
There's a Nin. Hi, Nin.
Hello, Jennifer.
The SpongeBob starting soon face is killing me.
Oh, this is the next emoji.
Is that the next emoji?
This is the next emoji I'm making. Have a good time at D&D, Nin.
Don't
Okay, my ad's
TPK.
over. Don't TPK or do TPK, and then you don't have to play anymore.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh boy.
Draw, Lynn. Get to drawing, Lynn.
I am psyching myself up for drawing.
Probably should have done a warm up.
I might still do a warm up. I don't know. I haven't decided yet. Like, all I need to draw on this page is a necklace. That's all I need to draw. I don't need to draw anything else. That seems doable.
Yeah, that seems fast and easy.
That seems
Hello, Chris.
not intimidating.
My good friend Sumo.
Hi,
Chilling
Sumo.
in the chat. Hopefully I don't have to restart my computer because of things not working. All right, so I'm gonna be pretending like I know what I'm doing, which is as I always do, making it up as I go.
That's just how it be. Just whacked myself in the face with the snowball. Guess this is just gonna sit on my lap. That's fine.
Oh, my brush is so big.
Ooh, let's turn the stabilization way up.
Why is your stabilization so low?
Well, I tend to sketch with it lower and then ink with it higher. That's typically my strategy.
Mm.
Or are you making it you?
Yeah.
Oh, it's I hate it already. In a good way. I guess I could turn my music on. I tried to turn it way down, so let's see how loud it is. Oh, well, it's not coming through at all. Let me figure out where it is, where it's living. Probably living here. Nope. Not living there.
I didn't plan this out. Welcome back with your well-textured pizza.
Yay, well-textured pizza. Stand by. Technical difficulties. Where are my... Not here.
I think I'm gonna have to draw on another layer so I don't goof this up. So I want to do like hard. So I could just do like
It's playing in gaming. I guess that's fine.
it's just coming through.
All right. Tell me if this is too loud.
Let me go listen to find out if it's too loud.
This is the sound of my voice talking over top of my music.
A smidge, but not too much.
Okay, I'll turn it down more. I definitely have to turn it down in my headset because it is really loud in my headset. We'll do that. That's probably fine. It's just for ambiance.
Tis just for ambiance.
It's just for ambiance. Okay. That fixed that.
Fish and chips is good. Also, for the folks who are hanging out and viewing, we are listening to our very own Saint Coelacanth and his music because it's really good, and I've been listening to it for the last like couple of days. So go check him out on Spotify.
For those hanging out in my chat, we are listening to the complete discography of Adrian von something. Ziegler. There we go.
See, you can't even pronounce the name of the.
I was gonna say Von Lumen, and I'm like, that's wrong. That's the wrong. That's not the real last name. That's Cantio's name.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I was like, wait, no.
I'm trying to figure out how to make this without making it just terribly uncanny.
Oh, it's so fantastic.
It's so bad.
It's so awful. Awful in the best sort of ways. Once I figure out how to get my access to my Spotify, because I forgot my login, I'll go track down your music as well. Our fish friend, our well-textured fish friend.
Hello, I'm a fish. Yeah, see, the problem is, like, trying to draw the hair puts it, like, it, like, moves.
Okay, I think I've got everything fixed. We should be good now. I
Okay,
can stop
good.
procrastinating on drawing.
What if instead of that, I just, like, went straight to hat?
Oh wait, hold up. Where did your stream go? Stream no longer showing up on mine?
Ooh, tomorrow? Hell yeah, new music tomorrow.
Oh, because I minimized the window. That would be why. Okay, gotta leave that window up. I understand.
Yeah, you can't minimize it, but you can just have it behind things.
Yeah.
This is awful.
Yay, new music. Pop this a little bit better. It's so goofy. This is why Court draws all the expressions in the comic, because then we get great faces like these.
Traced this. Mostly.
I mean, fine. Photobombing waterscapes.
That's the name of the next, like, compilation.
It's a well-textured drawing so far. Yeah.
Can't even, like, get the glasses in there in a way that makes sense. So I probably just, like, oh, I'll do them on top instead. Oh yeah, that works. So awful. So awful. Oh my god, okay, so I'm probably gonna grab these all and just kind of move them. Gonna kind of move them down a little bit.
This was the wrong thing to start with.
Because it required details?
Because it's got parallel lines.
Girl, you made a mistake.
I did make a mistake.
can't stand this. This is so bad. I'm having a great time. Although I don't like
we're
the...
having a good time. Having a good time.
Oh yeah, there we go. Oh, my hands are shaky. Well, I'm glad somebody thinks it's art because this is horrible in the right kind of way. I think this line is
Art squared.
This is a little off-putting of a line.
2 streams at the same time. That means you're being extra efficient.
Heck yeah. And we're drawing 2 very different things today.
Yes.
I hate this so much, but I love it at the same time.
Oh, you have 3 monitors? That's awesome.
3 monitors, good. I want to fix this line a little bit.
Man, I saw an ad for some of the new XP Pen tablets. They look really cool, but I made the mistake of reading the comments because this was a Facebook ad. You should never read any comments on Facebook because they're all inane.
Oh.
And
Every
this
single one of them is.
this dad, and I know he's a dad because he identified as such, was like chewing out the ad because he was like, you guys, you know, like should have picked a hand model that was like prettier and wasn't using MS Paint, which I don't think the program that they were showing on the tablet was MS Paint. I didn't recognize it. But yeah, he was super chewing them out and being like, "Oh, you should have hired an actual, designer to be the hand model for the ad and blah 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 blah." And I'm like,
Huh?
"What? And he's like, "The art looks AI generated," and I was like, "The art was literally this. Like, it was just squiggly lines. Like, that's all it was." And I'm like, "Dude, what is your problem?"
I need some thicker lines before I be doing all that.
The person's hands also looked fine. Like, they had pretty nails and like their hands were clean, and it's like, I don't know why you're picking on this lady's hands.
They're just jealous.
I guess. I don't know. It was just so weird, and it was like, my daughter could draw better than us, blah 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 blah. And it's like, okay, then go get your daughter some hand modeling jobs. Like, what's wrong with you?
Hey, Vile Council, thanks for redeeming the air horn.
Oh, the air horn in the middle of your art stream.
Yeah, that's what it's there for. It's there to be redeemed.
Yeah. Hi, Vile Council. When I eventually hit affiliate court, I'm gonna need your help setting up some of those sorts of things.
You can technically set them up now.
Technically, yeah.
But I didn't bother until it was like, oh, now I have channel points. Yay!
Yeah. I was thinking of, like, not necessarily doing sound ones, but doing ones that'll play like a GIF.
Oh yeah, those would be good.
Because I think the sound ones will make me hate myself.
Only a little bit.
I wanted to grab like the Salt Bay GIF and there was another one. What was the other one that I wanted to grab? Oh, I can't remember. We talked about it yesterday. I'll have to rewatch the stream to remember what it was.
Oh. Hey, Vile Council, we are listening to St. Coelacanth's music. At least over on my side, Lynn's listening to some other guy.
Once I fix my Spotify, I will listen to the fishes.
I didn't even know you had a Spotify.
I'm pretty sure I have one. I haven't ever used it or logged into it. But like there was a point in time when we were all making playlists for our characters on Charon.
Oh, and that's
and everyone kept sending me links to Spotify songs, and I'm like, I can't listen to the full song unless I have an account, so I had to make an account.
Sounds accurate.
I guess the other thing we could do is we could ask Yuri if we could play exposure music on streams. I'm sure they'd be fine with it.
Oh yeah, I'm sure he'd be chill with it. Yeah, the chiptunes are good, and then the non-chiptunes are good, and it's like, this is all fun. I'm having a great time. I'm not doing this very efficiently, but I also don't really care. Let's see.
I definitely am not being very efficient right now, but that's okay. There's a really funny thing floating around Blue Sky right now, which is it's a screen capture of, I don't know if it was a Twitter comment or something like that, but it was talking about, you know, like people who criticize artists for using reference, and they went on this diatribe about like, okay, go and draw a horse from your mind right now. I want to see the mind horse. Show me the mind horse. So everyone's been drawing horses without reference and posting it as a reply to that screen capture. It's very funny.
Your horse.
Show me your mind horse.
Look, my mind horses don't look good, and you know it.
I know what your mind horses look like.
Yeah, bad. I need to give myself some eyebrows.
Who do you think you are, Zarius?
I could honestly, like, bring this in a little bit. This.
There we go. Good enough. We have continuity.
Continuity importante.
Yeah, like this panel had a couple of things that had some continuity issues in it on the sketch end. So I fixed most of everything. Like Daru's arm was like under his arm in this panel, but then over his arm in all the other panels.
Yeah.
Tried to fix it. But,
Thank you, Vile Council.
So this page is done, and we'll give it to Nin to work her magic. I left this pretty bare bones because it's mostly going to be dialogue balloons, like sound effect balloons.
Yeah.
That should be fine. And then I left this
a whole lot.
this nonsense in that last panel because it's going to get covered up with a balloon as well.
Which nonsense in the last panel?
Where Daru's face is just
oh yeah,
half drawn. If I need to go back in and draw the rest of it, I will, but I don't think I need to because the balloon should cover it all up.
Yeah, most likely the balloon will cover it all up.
Yeah. Alright, so that's that page done. Page 7 got done. I'm gonna keep page 7 up though, because, well, probably don't need it up for working on the backgrounds in the next page. I don't know. We'll find out. Oh, I might. Never mind. I might.
We actually met on an art stream, on like a live stream. Before Twitch was ever a thing, live stream was the thing.
Yes.
And we met in the chat on a live stream for an artist that we both really liked, I guess, at the time.
Oh yeah, it was Jessica Pfeffer, wasn't it?
Yep.
Good old Neon Dragon, who likes to bully children. I'm sure she doesn't actually bully children.
Yeah, we met in that stream. And then we became friends on DeviantArt, and then it was all fun and games from there.
Back in 2008.
Yeah.
The fall of 2008, right? Yeah.
December 15th,
winter. Yeah.
2008.
Okay, I think I'm going to work on page 14 because I just have to draw Kelton's pants and then stairs. Mostly just stairs.
Shouldn't be too hard, right?
Well, I think I might be able to steal the background from page 13 that's already done. I might not have to redraw it at all. I might just be able to steal the background for page 13.
Okay, cool.
I just Daru's one arm in this panel is not done, and other than that, the rest of the panel is done. I am not very good at completing full panels.
No, you're really not.
No, like I got everything in the castle done except for these pillars. Everything in this panel's done except for Gadmir's shirt. Don't be like me. Finish things. Don't leave them unfinished.
Ma'am, do you understand who you're talking to?
I'm talking to our
You
audience.
know who you're talking to.
I know who I'm talking to in the voice call. We have the same problem. I just spilled water all over myself.
Well, why'd you do that? Oh, I used all shades of purple in this one.
Did you?
Yeah. For my shading.
Oh, yeah, you did.
See, that's the beauty of a multiply layer, everybody.
Yeah, I think I can just steal that panel. So let me open page 14. Grab. Let's see if I can make this work. Let's see if I can cheat.
Can you cheat?
I don't know. I want to find out if I can cheat.
Should a colorblind person, do you think a colorblind person could learn to use a color wheel effectively, or should they give up? I think that, yes, they can. I've seen some art by some colorblind folks who just because you can make art without color, right? And that's something that a lot of people will do, is that when they're doing like a painting, they'll start with just a value drawing. So it's all just grayscale. And then they just throw color on top of it. And it turns out like pretty cool, pretty well done. Because value is just as important as color, because that's determining like how, light and dark something is, which helps keep there's contrast in value, there's contrast in shape and size, and there's contrast in color. So like your typical color contrast would be like red and green, or some various shade of something that is red and something that is green. So yes, absolutely. One of the other like trends that's going on right now is people are just blotting colors all over a canvas, and then they're like just liquefying it so it all mixes together, and then they throw that in grayscale, and they use that as their value picker, and then they paint with those colors, but they can't see the colors. They don't know what color they're working with. And they do a portrait or whatever, and then when they're done, they turn the color back on, and it makes for some really cool looking stuff that they make. So yeah, you don't have to be wise to the world of color to do your painting.
Yeah, the other thing to consider is art made by people that are colorblind is probably going to be more accessible to people who are also colorblind, because, you know, like, you're going to better understand what looks good to someone who does have some red color blindness than someone who has full, you know, spectrum. So as far as, you know, like, having that in your back pocket as an artist could be really useful, especially if you're in practical art applications like design, because there's a lot of websites, a lot of apps, a lot of video games that are just not accessible to people with color blindness, because they don't really test it against people who do have color blindness. So, like, as far as making your sites or things that people are interacting with as usable and accessible as possible. Like, there are some games that take that into consideration, and there are settings in their settings where you can be like, oh yeah, can I change some of these visual settings? But I think there's still, like, there's a lot of opportunity there to be an artist who specializes in that, which can be applicable in other industries.
Oh shit, I'm painting on the wrong layer. Don't paint on the wrong layer, folks.
Don't paint on the wrong layer. Okay, I'm gonna reuse this, but I'm gonna have to fiddle with this panel a bit to make it work. I'm gonna have to make our shadowy friend here a little bit. I'm gonna have to move him down at least. How tall are these doors?
They're really tall.
Okay,
they're like, they're big, obnoxious, like, oversized castle doors.
Yes, so they've got handles on the exterior. Where on a normal person's height, so not Gadmir height, because he's short, where would the handles be? Like, are they at head height? Are they above head height? Like, how small is a person compared to these doors? A normal person. A Tiv.
Girl, I don't know. Let me go look. How did I draw them? How did I model them?
I don't know. How did you model them? Because, like, right now, that front staircase, which I just noticed that I did something very fun. Oh, I understand why I did that, because it was hidden behind Gadmir's body in the other panel. So in this panel,
let me open your stream like full screen. Okay, yeah, in that panel.
In this panel, the railing is a normal railing height. And it looks like these door handles.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be normal railing height, but that staircase is also supposed to be curved. But I'm not that worried about it.
It's not going to end up straight. It's never been curved.
3D models. All right, hold on. You guys are going to get to see some Blender stuff. In fact, I'll even put Blender down here so you can see it when it loads.
Don't make me draw curves in perspective, Courtney. Especially not a curved staircase.
At least the staircases inside the foyer are curved, but I made a 3D model of those.
That's fine.
Those are easier to manage. Let's see. Castle full assembly. If you could call this a full assembly. Okay. Nope. I don't remember how to move around.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Okay. They'll have handles at normal height. They're just, the doors are like 15 feet tall.
Yeah, so the handles are at like shoulder head height depending on the character.
The handles should be at a normal height for a
Yeah.
person. Like at like the 3 or 4 foot like size.
Well, they're definitely taller than that, but yeah, sure.
It's fine. They don't have to be 100% consistent.
Well, I mean, like we got centaurs, and centaurs are tall. We can assume that they're at centaur open door.
But yeah, the
height.
staircase is supposed to be like this.
Okay.
But it's fine. We don't have to.
We'll fix it in later panels. It's fine for now.
Yeah, yeah.
I'll make it wider in this panel. We'll be fine.
It's not cheating if you make your own references. Speaking of making your own references, I spent a hell of a lot of time over here on making this entire background area for a sequence that we cut.
Yep. Sure did.
Mute?
We will be using it again at some point.
Was I muted?
No.
Shouldn't have been. Oh, shit. Did I accidentally... Oh, no. My bad. One of Blender's shortcuts is the shortcut that I used to mute my mic.
Oh.
So I accidentally muted myself while I was talking about the staircase. Oops.
Run it back. Run it back.
It's fine. Anyway, it's not cheating if you make your own references. But I spent a lot of time on this area. And then there's supposed to be like a whole castle over here and stuff. That I just haven't finished. Like this right here is the dining room. Okay, good. If you heard the whole time, then maybe not a problem. But yeah, I made this whole little area for a sequence that we ultimately cut, but we'll use this later because they make use of this stuff. Don't gaslamp me.
Yeah, I mean, there's gonna be, especially like, okay, this, I know this is way in the future.
Look at the D20 trees.
But like in Gen 2, we absolutely are gonna be using this area a shit ton.
Yeah, well, like the forge area.
Because the forge is
I'm really happy with the forge.
I love the forge. I think he did a great job on it.
I definitely referenced somebody else's art.
That's okay.
Okay, well, anyway, just there, I'm showing off the 3D models. Yay! Don't save my changes.
I love them.
Back to Photoshop.
It's gonna be so useful. You need to make
more.
I
know.
That's something you could work on if you don't want to work on thumbnails. Is just make more 3D models of rooms. And we're going to use a lot.
Yeah, I know.
Like the infirmary.
I already have a 3D model for the infirmary.
Oh, do you? Okay, good.
Yeah. I made that because I didn't want to figure out how to draw the infirmary a bunch of times.
We still have like the bathroom. Any of the bedrooms, or at least a bedroom.
All the bedrooms are going to be the same. That's something else I need to do like a study on, is like, what does everybody's bedrooms look like?
Oh yeah, like you could vary them up for sure. Gadmir's hidden pillow room.
Where he just vibes.
Our emotional support like... pillows. Where I get away from the teenagers. And
they're like, but you are a teenager. And he's like, in dragon years.
Like, technically, yes. But no, I'm not.
He's like, yeah, my eyedropper tool. I hate how, like, you'll pick a, you'll, like, change your layer.
Uh-huh.
And then it'll not let you use your tools. Oh, that's awful. What I'll do is I'll just erase.
Jeez, Kelton has like one default pose, and it is standing with arms crossed.
Yes. That is the only way he knows how to stand.
It's just like, this is what I look like. Oh my gosh. It's so good, Court.
What? What's so good?
your
Oh, the emoji?
emoji.
Glad you're having a good time. Definitely some stuff I've missed. Always easier to tell once the multiply layer is on. Oh. It's so fucking goofy. I don't really think it needs any more than that.
Yeah, it looks fine.
I don't know. Do you have a good idea for what I should call this emote vial? It's so awful. Well, it's something that's like smug, you know. It's copying the you like Krabby Patties, don't you, Squidward? I think it could use like slightly more shading down here. Smug mischief, yeah. I could call this like a smug mischief. Trying to decide if I should bring it a little more. This might read better, actually. Make it closer. Yeah, I'm gonna go with this closer one. Okay. Let's see. Let's export that as a PNG. Oh, it's got to be a certain size. Oh, why? Okay, first of all, we're gonna save. I'm gonna go to image size. Oh boy. What are Twitch's emoji things? Monetization, settings, community, emotes. How do I get to add more emotes? Okay. Less than 1 megabyte. It'll be automatically resized. I'm glad you like it, Nin.
That's so great.
What folder is this in? I don't know. I have it in my Twitch stuff folder because that would, I guess, make some sense. Nope. Where are you? Photoshop file export as a PNG. Oh, why are we putting it there? That's not where that belongs. That goes in my memes and my emojis. And this is going to be, what are we calling this? Smug Mischief? Excellent. And so now, pictures, memes. I'm very organized, I promise. Oh, I got a thing. What happened? Oh, thank you for the 100 bits file.
Ooh.
I appreciate that. Heck yeah, very awesome. I'm glad you like this. I'm having a good time. Okay, and we're gonna
a good time having a good time. Oh god.
Oh, this is incredible.
Kira's hair.
Oh no, what happened to her hair?
I don't know. Sometimes funky things happen when you use the expand line tool.
Oh yeah, I see that.
I'll fix it. This is why we go back and do quality assurance.
Okay, we now have an additional sub-tier emote. I will put this in the Discord as well, since I'm here and can do so. Can I please be in the correct folder for once?
No.
Never. It's like, here, you're in your Charon art folder, and I'm like, thanks, but that's not where I need to be.
I need to do more Charon art too.
There we go. Wonderful. It's in the Discord now. It looks so Ed, and Eddie. It doesn't even look like SpongeBob. Okay. I don't know how I can get the guy rubbing his hands. I don't know if that's gonna like fit in a way that makes a lot of sense.
Oh, like the... I think I know what image you're talking about. Yeah, that one might be harder,
the guy behind the tree.
It's gonna be too small.
Yeah. Don't make me... You're gonna make me get up and stretch, Nin. I need it. I definitely need it.
I'll get up and
Girl's
stretch
not
too.
been very good about doing that lately. Okay.
We'll do it together.
Oh my god, my back popped. Oh. Look, you guys can look at all my dragon books. And my I don't think you can see my Pokemon shelf, but it's down there. It's a like bunch of Pokemon toys from like 90 something. And all right, this is fine. Actually, looks like an ad break's about to start. So I'm gonna keep stretching, but I'm gonna go ahead and run this ad break. So everybody take a go piss girl break.
We will also hydrate. Thank you, Sumo.
I do have a spicy I do have a Coke. I could spicy hydrate. But yeah. So I'm gonna run this ad break. Sorry for those who are back there. I'm literally just gonna like stretch for a couple of minutes. So let's do that. Hello, Twitch ad manager. Oh, excuse me. Oh look, you guys are gonna get a little view. There we go. That should start. I'm gonna put the Go Piss Girl up. Go Piss Girl. Come on. There you go. Go Piss Girl. But I will spend this time stretching. Popped my ankle by doing that. Oh! Glute stretch. I'm gonna eat my food. That's definitely cold.
Eat your food.
You're welcome.
What?
That was the chat.
Oh, you cut out.
That was the chat. I took a whole bite. Have fun with Dad Duty, Vile. Thank you for dropping in. Thank you for the power lurk. And I hope you have a good weekend. Also, you and I need to talk about when we're playing Divinity. I'll DM you at some point when I remember to. This weekend better be good. For everybody. That's a threat. All right. What's the next emoji I'm going to work on? Look at this smug bastard. It's me. That's me. Oh, my Go Piss Girl is still up. You like Krabby Patties, don't you, Squidward? This is me when I got Nerf killed the other night in Repo. Which, to be fair, he got himself killed, but I did get him shot the first time. And it was very funny. I gotta get the clips from that stream because there were some good ones. Rip Nerf indeed. I also died because I couldn't hold it together and I was laughing. I think that's like the fun thing for like having camera on for like the group game streams is I be making a lot of faces. Just so many faces. So like when I have to be silent, you know, before without camera, it was just like mouth shaking, like oh my god, like that was the way you could emote. But now I'm just like. I'd like to point out to everybody that the name of this song is 101 Ways to Woo a Canoe. And I think that that's really funny. There's a lot of really good song names. Okay, so we've got a smug. We don't really have anything that's like a heart. We don't have anything that's like a love, like, here. I love this. Like, presenting heart emoji. Should we do that one as like one of us or as a character?
That's a good question. I do not know.
I do kind of want to remake the Aeron approved button that I had like forever when I was a kid.
That'd be a good one.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna attempt that. All right, gang, time for a drawing. Like I pretend like I know what I'm doing. I'm gonna move that back so I can scoot up.
Ah.
What'd you do, Lynn?
On the ink layer, not the color layer.
Uh-oh. That thumb is too long now. Nan, I hope you haven't forgotten about the bean car.
Bean car.
But like, it's literally a great method. See, I've overthought this hand and now it looks like garbage. And for context on the bean car is a method that I like to use when drawing expressive hands, which is that you got there we go. You've got this part of your thumb, okay? And then you've got this part of your palm, okay? This part here. So that's like two little beans, like this, you know? And depending on how they are, you know, if they're like this, then you just like put them together a little bit more. That's exactly the same thing as I drew before. Hold on. Let me start this over. Okay, so if they're like flexed together like this, you know, they're upright. They're like this. Okay, which then forces this part of your palm to kind of come together. You know, it kind of curls together. And so this part of your palm, which is where some of the muscles that help flex your tendons and stuff are, like that's typically very like this shaped. It's like long bean. So when you put it together and you're like, okay, I've got a hand that's curled, you just curl that in. So then you'd be like, okay, here's my thumb. Great example. And then your fingers come out like that. Great example of a thumb. That's exactly how thumbs look. So that's like the basic premise of kind of how I think of Bean Car is, and the other premise for Bean Car is that like what part is the wheels of the car, okay? So when I'm drawing a hand and I'm drawing a hand in like perspective like this, okay? Yeah, stay mad. Stay mad. It's a good method. So if I'm gonna draw the hand like this, then I'm gonna draw my top bean. That's where my fingers are coming out, and I'm gonna draw my two bottom beans. And like, boom! If you just like put some windows on it and a door, it's a really bad car, but it's a car. And then you just add your fingers to the mix, and you do some foreshortening bullshit to make them look like they belong there. Boom. You have a hand with muscles. And is it going to be perfect? No. But like, look at that. Look at that. Just so easy. You just put it all in perspective from there. So this is very similar actually to a method that is used by animators, or at least was very popular with animators way back when. I specifically remember it for when they were animating Merlin and Sword in the Stone. Okay, hi, I'm getting into my hyperfixation of animation. So I specifically remember it with Sword in the Stone. So what they would do is they wouldn't draw the arm. They wouldn't draw all of this. They would draw the character. So they'd draw the dude and his body and like, you know, the main pose. Okay. And then they'd draw his feet and wherever they needed to be. And then they draw the hands wherever they needed to be. That's, you know, something like that. They obviously knew where hands went. I totally know where hands went. Okay, so they didn't do this. And this is how a lot of 3D animation is done with something called IK handles, which is where if you're moving the wrist, the elbow automatically bends. It's so cool. I love that that's a thing that happens. Sometimes it's really annoying, but it's a lot easier than being like, now I have to rotate the hip. Now I got to rotate the knee. Now I got to rotate the ankle. It's like, nope, put your foot in the place it needs to go and everything else will generally line up. And then you just do some weird like mesh warping to give it the slick old like woo of animation. But yeah, so you just do this and then you figure out where your feet are. And then you draw your hands. Like you draw your arms after the hands. It's not perfect. You need to have an understanding of anatomy. But just like that, with very little effort, we've got a pretty half-decent pose going on. Like Merlin had his big-ass hat. Looking more like Link. Legend of Zelda. So I just use the exact same method with hands. Or at least expressive hands. My hands aren't perfect. Nobody draws hands perfectly. I've seen some professional artists draw hands like garbage. But that's okay, because to me, what's more important than anatomy being correct is that the pose is expressive and tells the story, which is where like some of the let me grab a couple of comic things so I can explain, because now I'm on the explanation tangent, which is fine. This is a fine tangent to be on.
Hi, we're educational.
I love talking about this shit. Let's see. Okay, actually, this is a good page for that. Okay, this page right here. All right. This is it, like proper anatomy. This right here. Look at that. This foot is not anatomically proper. It's just it's a fucking bean. It's a stretched out bean. But you get the feel of the movement, and that's the thing that matters. So when you're drawing, that's the way it's especially important for comics, is like draw and get the emotion across, because this is a visual medium. If you can't understand what's going on without word bubbles, then you don't have a very good comic. Because you should primarily have everything visual first. So, like, she's being yoinked, she's off model. Like, it's okay to go off model. The same way it's okay to go off model in animation. Like, you do it to serve the story. Ignore this guy's face. Lynn's gonna draw this tiger face like 10 times better than I could ever draw a tiger face. I tried. I tried a lot. Yeah, as you can see, I labeled that. What is this? But I cleaned this panel up a little bit. Oh yeah, his nose was really bad. Her nose was really bad. I need to clean this page up. Lynn, I'm gonna clean this page up a little more for you.
Thank you.
Because it's that's really shitty. Like this, girl's scorpion. Should make this an emoji. Get rotated, idiot.
I think that one you need to make into a GIF. So just draw her once and then spin it.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, okay. Once we yeah. That one would be a really fun GIF. She is an idiot. She gets rotated a lot. Sorry, I'm like looking at these. I drew these pages 6 or 7 years ago and I still really like them. Look at the dummy's face. Oh my god, this hand! Sorry, I'm just like looking. It's been a while since I've looked through this. This hand! This was Bean Car hand. Bean Car hand. Right there. Right there. Foreshortening my beloved. These are 2 more that are Bean Car in action. And you can see all the sketchy elements in this one right here. It's like they're just circles. This one is a little less Bean Car in action. And it took me forever to get this shit right, but I'm pretty happy with it. I might need to redo some of the noses in these panels. Distressed Gadmir will never not be funny. Alright. Let me back out of that. I just wanted to go on that tangent. Maybe I will fix one of those pages. Gonna save. Open that back up. Yeah, I think I'm gonna clean up one of those pages. And this is before I put everything in one document. They were all in like 5 different documents, so they were just kind of uggy. It's a lot of files that didn't need to exist like that. Which one did I need to clean up? Oh, this one right here. Chapter 2, page 9. I was cleaning it up. In what universe? Welcome to me forgetting about things.
All
Can't
day,
see shit.
every day.
Oh yeah, I put the lettering in before I... Okay. Alright, that's the sketch. Those are the boxes. What? Alright, for some reason there is a flying cheetah. Look, if you can make cool things in Minecraft, like, so good for you, because I build the simplest thing ever, and I like try to add on to it over time, and it just looks like an amalgamated mess together. Like for example, we had a Minecraft server, and like my house ended up having all the like storage in it for everybody to use things, and I had like a water elevator up and down to a couple of spawns for farming, and like when we finally made a map, the top of it just looked like a dick. And so it became dubbed the Schlong House because of that. It wasn't intentional. I didn't mean to make it that way. That's just how it turned out. And it was pretty fucking funny. Also, it's very hot in here. I'm gonna open can I open a window actually? How cold is it outside? Or rather, how hot is it? It was 82 today?
Yep.
It's still too hot outside for me to open a window. It's 74. I will die. The rest of the house is always cooler than my office, so I just turned a fan on to blow cold air in here. Yeah, we had a cute little like aesthetic village and everything. Yeah, I don't know what this Cheeto thing is doing, but yeah, there's some funky stuff happening, but that's okay. Let's see. What does tiger look like from behind? I think that would be helpful for me to figure out. Tiger, 3/4 angle. Why are you giving me an AI overview of what I'm searching for, Google? I find that extremely not useful. I just need to get a 3D model of a tiger at this point. Yeah, okay, he's just gonna... Oh, they've got very flat heads.
Well, speaking of tigers, Bob's got a girlfriend now.
Oh. Bob is a tiger at the zoo, for those who are unaware.
Bob the tiger. Her name is Buttercup.
I'm not gonna bother drawing this particularly well.
It'd be so awesome if we end up with baby tigers. Like, yes, baby tigers.
Hudson would lose his mind.
I know. Man, I had to explain like 3 times the other day why we don't have pandas at the zoo anymore.
It's like, guys.
Why did they go back to China?
Because China asked for their pandas back, obviously. Me, I'm not gonna spend a lot of time on this. Also, me spends a lot of time on this. Oh, Tip's got a... He's got a collar.
Yes, there is a collar on Tip's shirt.
Yeah. Just gonna, like, draw the fluff coming out of it. going to be dark and in shadow. Okay, buddy, your face is not proportional with the rest of your body. At all. I'll just redraw it, though.
What are proportions? What are they really?
Well, I've always had that issue with, like, gigantic heads.
Yes. Well, except for in this panel, where Akira's head was itty bitty tiny, and I had to fix it.
Wait. Which panel? Wait, turn off the lines?
It's still itty bitty. I still need to make it
for
bigger. Darun and Kelton's heads are huge in this. I gotta resize some things.
Oh yeah, her head is very tiny. It's fine.
That's fine. You drew her really well in this top panel.
Why is nose so bulbous?
Yeah, I don't know. That's just how it ended up.
Sorry, I just glance over and I see it and I'm like, oh my god, Shrek? These are looking really good though. Oh my goodness. Okay, back to what I was doing, which was pretending like I was drawing. Scoot y'all back a little bit. Alright, Mr. Mans, your eyes are huge. His nose is huge. That's a problem.
Don't nose shame him.
Come on. Oh, he's got a gigantic nose in this panel. His eyes are huge too. There's a lot of fixing I need to do for this. Did I just flip it the wrong way? I did. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, he's all kinds of wacky. We're just gonna start this over from scratch. Well, it turned out, but it's just kind of off. And now I can shrink him down. Yeah, I have. I have, completely screw up my camera view here, but move. You see these two shelves? It's like all drawing stuff. Not including all of my variety of drawing that I've done on the computer, which has mostly been the last, like, 10 years, I guess. It is a lot. My recommendation is don't get so attached to your OCs that you draw them nonstop for your entire life.
Or do.
Or do.
If it brings you joy, then do it.
Do what brings you joy. That's right. He's still a little funky, but I think I can fix that. I can fix him. I don't know what happened to... I think... Actually, I lie. There's a box on one of my shelves here that I'm pretty sure holds everything that I printed and brought to school for y'all to read. We've cut out a lot of stuff since then, but that's because we are better writers.
Well, and originally you were writing Dragon Spirit by yourself.
Yep.
And everything changed when the Lin Nation attacked.
Happening. Brush. Weird. Could not use the brush tool because the scratch discs are full? What does that even mean?
Isn't that your RAM?
No. Could not build a preview because the scratch discs are full. What do you mean? my C drive. What? My C drive only has 5 gigs free. And you're telling me you can't save this to not even my C drive? What are we doing? That's a problem. Why is this full? I just deleted a bunch of stuff off of it. That's a problem. That's a big problem. Is Adobe? Oh my god, Adobe's all fucking installed on my C drive. This is okay. All right, we're having technical difficulties, which is super cool. Solid state, which is not full. Okay, y'all. Go watch Lynn.
Watch me. I'll keep you entertained with all my perspective parallel lines.
Why did I lose a gigabyte on my drive? I haven't done anything. Right, hold on. Hi, Creative Cloud. You're ruining me, Creative Cloud. You've single-handedly caused me problems. Photoshop can stay there.
It's Adobe. They got bullied off of Blue Sky.
Wait, did they seriously?
I don't think they've left, but they definitely got bullied. A lot.
That's actually incredible.
It's deserved because they had put out a promo that was like, we're for artists and blah 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 blah, while also, you know, pitching their whole generative AI stuff in Photoshop.
Their AI stuff has been like absolutely bonkers. Okay. Premiere is uninstalled. After Effects is uninstalled. Audition is uninstalled. Photoshop has an update. We can uninstall Media Encoder. Is this freeing up my disk space? Slowly. Uninstall Animate, not using it right now. in an Internet Explorer folder in my... Yeah, nobody wants Internet Explorer on their computer. Oh, it won't even let me delete it. This is incredible. All right. I freed up 16 gigs. Are you gonna let me, like, image flip this now? You did. Are you gonna let me save this now? On my computer. Chapter 9. Holy moly. Gosh, I have game files on here that aren't actually installed. Have been in this folder for a very long time. CS4, last accessed in 2015. Goodbye, Ubisoft. All right, how much did that just clear up? Yeah, I just cleared up a couple of gigs. Goodbye, recycle bin. At least be able to do things now. Interesting. I'm glad you liked the backgrounds. Lynn works very hard on them. She's done some backgrounds for Vimeo games. One eye bigger than the... Yep. Actually, I think I'll just make this eye bigger. Why not? Look at him, he's a big tiger man. What isn't there to love about that? Shirt's all ripped up, and she's like, yeah, I'm still just emoting as if this isn't very painful. Your cat-shaped cat is watching too. Hello, cat-shaped cat.
A non-cake shaped cat? Cat shaped cat?
A non-cat-shaped cat?
Yeah. I guess that'd be like udon.
Elbow or this arm could rotate down a little bit. Some furries could be non-cat shaped cats.
Mm.
I don't know how I feel about those implications.
Don't forget to save often.
Just saved because I was struggling to save in the first place because Adobe was like, your drive is full. And I was like, what do you mean my drive is full? What would characters do if they stumbled on an Applebee's? They would be very confused. They would be more confused why there aren't apples inside the Applebee's. You know, because if it's a place named after apples, then there should be apples in it. They would understand the concept of a restaurant. They just might be a little perturbed by the lack of apples and the lack of bees. Would they look for honey? This dumbass would look for honey. This one right here. Her? Yeah. She'd look for honey. She'd be like, oh yeah, honey, baby. If there's bees, there must be honey. Oh, I'm on the wrong layer. Cool.
I guess that's a good question of like, does Applebee's exist in Vlaska?
There's an Applebee's equivalent, but like,
Yeah.
nobody goes there.
On that note, my characters probably wouldn't be as perturbed. They would understand. I don't think some of the characters that show up later would be that perturbed either, as they've seen weird shit.
An ad break about to be happening, which might mean that it's time for a go piss girl break. Face isn't that bad. I redrew it, so it's not that bad. I was about to get up and stretch, but thank you for the redeem. That looks like a tiger. That reasonably looks like a tiger.
Yep.
Oh, he's so stressed. This doesn't look like a tiger, but I don't really care. Okay. So ad break's about to start. I'm gonna let that run. It's gonna be a go piss girl angle. I will get up and stretch. That's part of that. So Burb. BRB. We're gonna call this ad break. Oops, ad break. We're gonna turn that on. Oh, except that you can't see it. Oh shit. We get black. Saved. Okay. The piss girl. Oh, hi.
I mean, I am slow, so definitely takes me a long time. There's ways to do it faster, especially if you're working, you're a webtoon artist and you really, really don't like drawing backgrounds. Lots of webtoons, even ones that are done by like companies, will use 3D asset backgrounds or like photos that they just shove through a filter. Like they won't draw backgrounds at all. Which can lead to some pretty hilarious results. But they also can like pump out entire comics a whole lot faster, which is the name of the game for them, because they're just trying to make money. They're not really trying to... They're quantity over quality most of the time. Some of the things that have gotten like really popular on webtoons are kind of like a race to the bottom. There's some good stuff on webtoon though. You just need to find it. There's obviously like people who paint backgrounds instead of like drawing them. They can sometimes put out things really fast because they're a little going for more abstract, or they've got fancy brushes that'll let them do stuff faster.
I'm doing my stretch break then. Sing me on Facebook. Oh, my sister. And by argument, I mean like a disagreement. It wasn't even really an argument about what kind. Holy shit! Whew. Anyway, about what kind of nuts that are in pesto, because commonly pine nuts are in pesto. But my sister buys this kind that has cashews, and I'm like, well, I guess any pesto can have any kind of tree nut in it, I guess. I'm allergic to pine nuts, but I'm not allergic to anything else that I know of as far as nuts. And had food at a place for my other sister's birthday. And they had pesto, but everything was pecan pesto. So I could eat that, but my sister couldn't eat that because she's allergic to all tree nuts. Which was a very fun thing to find out on Christmas one year. Because, yeah, we found out she was allergic to cashews. And by being allergic to cashews, she's also allergic to, like, anything related to a cashew. So, did you know that mangoes are related to cashews? Because I know now. Allergies are a drag. I hate having allergies. I have to be really careful now because I have food allergies that I didn't know I had. And it's really annoying.
In 7 years, they'll change again.
I hope. But I mean, I've always been allergic to grass. Grass and trees. Like, I can't go outside. My allergist was like, how do you exist in the spring and fall? And I'm like, I don't. Specifically what I was allergic to until I had a like food allergy reaction. On New Year's a couple years ago. And I was like, well, I know that my mom and my grandma are both allergic to lobster, and I know that I've had a reaction to lobster before, so it must be the lobster. There must have been cross-contamination because somebody at our table ordered lobster. And I don't have an airborne allergy to it. No, it turns out it was more likely pine nuts. But yeah, and then the following year, last year? Yeah, we went on our cruise last year. Last year, we were on a cruise, and I got some pesto covered provolone from the like salad bar, which was at one of the fancier restaurants that we like paid extra for. And I like immediately had a reaction that I was like, what did I eat? What did I eat that did this? So they started listing things off, and they listed, I was like, what's in pesto? And of course I'm like kind of drunk when this is happening. So I'm so chill about it. I'm just like, I feel a little funny. And they were like, pesto has pine nuts. And I was like, oh, yeah, that's probably it. So yeah. Dogs, cats, grass, trees, pine nuts, some shellfish, not all shellfish. I can eat crab, I can eat shrimp. Can't have lobster, can't have clams. Can't have scallops. So I mostly just avoid most shellfish because I like crab, but I don't like any of the others. Like the 3 times I've ever had lobster, I didn't think lobster was very good. It's got a terrible texture. It has the same texture as shrimp, but I hate shrimp texture. Shrimp flavor is fine. Shrimp texture, bad. Okay. I'm opening up this Coca-Cola, and I'm gonna regret it. Okay. Arm just needs to do.
Do we have we've got colors for Tiv sitting somewhere, right?
Yeah, the 2 forest pages have tip colors.
I'll find that later and I'll color his one leg here.
His one leg.
His foot.
Heck yeah, I'm glad your friend likes the theme song you made, bro.
Okay, so page 14 is basically done except for his foot.
Okay. Something up with this arm.
Upper part of her arm is quite long compared to the lower part of her arm.
Yeah, but when I made it shorter, it looked weird. Maybe I just need to, like... I don't really think I need to lower the shoulder at all. Does her lower arm need to be longer? Oh, that might be it. Because that looks like normal upper arm length. Parts of your arm are basically the same length. It's just kind of cropped funny.
I guess I'll work on this page next.
Which page?
13.
It's on that page.
A lot of half-finished panels.
Lennifer and her half-finished panels.
Look, I worked really, really hard on the bridge shot, and then I was like, I'm dead. The bridge shot isn't even done yet, because I haven't finished the towers.
They're just like redrawing?
Well, it's the perspective. It's funky.
Oh. Valid.
Yeah, like, because they're cylinders. There's cylinders in perspective. So. The port cutlasses took me a long time, like a stupid amount of time.
Yeah, we probably need like a brush or a 3D model for that we can get the get like a cartoon texture on. Or we just lappily paint them in, which is also fine.
Or I can just continue to suffer.
The backgrounds, it's up to you. I'm all for do the easy, simple thing.
Oh my god.
Really funny using the Sims games to craft the backgrounds that you need. Like, completely viable. I mean, that's basically what I've done with Blender, right? Is that I've crafted what backgrounds I need in Blender. I've just built it all from scratch. But if I didn't have Blender or know how to use it, I would probably use something like The Sims.
Not Skitty. City Skylines would probably work really well for that.
Yeah, you just kind of like plot your town out and let the buildings build themselves around it. Hello? Black Blair, please. Thank you. A lot of the guitar riffs in this compilation are good. Look. Okay, I can't look at the camera. Okay. Probably my favorite, like, title and cover. Like, it's just so funny. Dr. Pepper acquired. Invincible. Oh, that's a really nice line. I'm going to keep it, even if it doesn't stay in the final. Okay, so his elbow is up. Yeah. So his elbow's like right here. Wearing a sleeve for this. Progress is being made. Yeah, hi, I like music. I'm excited. Spotify's gonna be like, hey, new music out from this artist you follow, and I'm gonna be like, cool. Make a tiger like snarl. like. He's like this. Close enough. There's a reference. This one is the triple sax solo song? Dang. Beaten up by Tiger Man and is just like, yeah, I'm just gonna harangue him. It's fine. What is the rest of her head? She's missing like a whole half of her skull. Thank you. We're trying to be productive. That's part of why the stream thing is happening. His hand looks so small in this panel. It's gonna make it bigger. Probably gonna be too big.
Okay, page 14 is done.
Yay! Good job, Lynn.
Virtual celebratory Dr. Pepper. I'm not a huge Dr. Pepper person.
There's a tree here, and there's a tree here. This can just be shapes of trees. Fine. And I'm putting perspective grid lines in where I'm like, where the background exists.
Could barter it
You're
for
just
other things.
What?
I could barter my
for,
virtual Dr. Pepper for other things. Oh, what was the drink in Japan we really liked?
Mitsuya cider.
Mitsuya cider. Yeah, I'll barter for some of that.
That shit was good. That's fine. Okay, this is significantly more cleaned up than it was.
Thank you.
This is an equal page. It looked like trash before. So like, actually, I could probably merge these two layers. I'm just gonna merge these two layers. Sketch. So like, here's the before. Let me turn the opacity back up. Here's the before of it. You know, it's like it's doable, but it kind of sucks. And so here's the after, which is like actually readable. Okay, let me save this. And then let me also just export this as a PNG into my DS stuff. Hell yeah. Look at that. We got an emoji done. And we got a comic page resketched. Let's see. It's so awful. Yeah, Boss Hog, I looked at your Minecraft build. See, you know how to do that thing called adding texture to your builds. And I'm just like, it's the same brick 100 times over. It's fine. They've added a lot of like really easy to do. Like I like that you can strip logs and stuff now. That's a really nice add. And some of the new wood is really nice. What does that mod do? To randomize based on your hotbar. Randomize like the blocks. Blocks you want, it will place a random one from your hotbar. Oh. Interesting. So you can do that when you're like, I want blocks of this color, but not all exactly the same. And then you can do like the sandstone versus the sand versus the some other kind of block that's that color. I do another emoji. Oh yeah, I was gonna do the Aaron approved one. Let's do that. Now that I've gotten some good handy sketching. Okay. Good night. Thank you for joining and hanging out. Appreciate it. Hope you have a good weekend, my dude. We'll be back on Sunday with well, we'll theoretically be back on Sunday with Pokemon Soul Silver Nuzlocke Part 2. Hydrate, a spicy hydrate for ya. Okay, that was 2 big sips. Ow. Ugh. It's burps time. I wouldn't call that well textured. I would call that a little bit painful. Are you asking the questions of the day? If they had a customized monster truck that could travel from place to place, what would it look like? Uh. Hmm. Now I gotta think. I feel like somebody would give it hot rod flames. They wouldn't know what a hot rod is, but they'd give it hot rod flames.
Would probably be Daru, given her her pants.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
You'd think it'd be Akira, but no.
No, Akira's a very sensible person. A grown adult. Understanding her responsibilities.
Sometimes.
Usually.
Usually.
The same cannot be said for anybody else but Kelton. And he wouldn't even be wanting to drive it. But he would drive it simply to keep the kids from driving it and killing them all.
It's funny because I think Kelton's the only one who's actually ridden in a truck. Like, not a monster truck, but a truck. I don't think any of the other characters got to ride in the truck.
Oh, either.
I think originally Ite got to ride in the truck. But I can't remember if I've rewritten that or not.
When it's important. Oh man, what are her space colors? Let me go look at my own reference. Doot doot, doot doot, doot doot, doot doot. Where's the cover? Is this all flat color? Nope. Is this all flat color? Nope. That's all flat color. Give me your flat colors. Oh, these are... That's great, actually. Can we just open you in Photoshop? There we go. Give me the colors. Let's turn off this layer so we can make sure that we fill it all in. Screw it. Fill the whole layer. This is fine. accidentally covered up chat, sorry. Another critically important questions. If they ended up in the video game Mario and Sonic at the Olympic Games, who would they be cheering for and why? Ooh. Ooh. Let's see. I feel like Ite would cheer for Princess Peach. I think Gadmir would not like... Oh shit, my ad break. Fuck! Oop. Well, that gives me time to think. Tagged in. It's not Saturday. Oh, okay. Every time I think I'm gonna get myself caught up, I don't. Ads. Sorry, y'all. Also, thank you for waiting patiently. Who would they vote? Who would they root for at the Sonic Olympic Games? Sonic and Mario Olympic Games. I think Ite would probably root for Princess Peach, so that is this girl right here. She'd probably root for Peach or Daisy, just like on the vibes of like princess. You would think that this guy might go Sonic because Sonic is also blue. This is Gadmir. However, Sonic and Gadmir have completely opposite personalities. He would absolutely not be voting for Sonic. He might. Lynn, who do you think Gadmir would like go for in the Sonic and Mario universe?
Maybe Tails?
Tails. You know, the practical, kind of young, like smart, approaches things with tact.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tails seems like a good option. Kelton would totally go for Knuckles. Just absolutely. He'd be a knuckle stan. He'd
Yeah.
be very begrudging about it, but he'd be a knuckle stan. Daru would totally go for Sonic. Like, hands down. Absolutely. Either that or Bowser. Because she'd be like, hell yeah, big lizard dude. Stomp their guts. I feel like Aaron would be a Toad guy. What do you think about that?
Aaron and Toad. I don't know. Are there any... I'm just thinking about, like, are there any characters that are, like, bakers in either universe?
No. Snack champion. Like, I get, like, if we're going on the basis of, like, snacks, yeah, he'd totally go for Sonic, because Sonic and chili dogs, right?
No, I don't think.
I think, like, personality-wise, like, that
Yeah.
doesn't mesh.
No, definitely not.
I feel like Akira would vote for Rouge. Like, Rouge the Bat.
Probably.
And then, yeah, Kelton's definitely like a Knuckles / DK guy. Absolutely. My Skrunkles. They're so dumb. I love them. Let's see, let's shade this with like a reddish color. Red. Put that on multiply, please. Thank you. 2 red. Not red enough. Ooh, do that.
No problem. We like the critically important question.
Questions that make us think. They're fun. Chili Peppers vibes. Perform best in a lawn dart competition. What is lawn darts? Stadium Arcadium is a bop. All right, hold on. I gotta go look at what lawn darts are. Give me this. Yeah, here we go. Okay, this is just... Okay. That one's gonna either be Akira or Ite. So that's gonna be... That's definitely gonna be either her over here, or it's gonna be her down here. She's very dexterous and kind of like well pointed, but she's not much of a ranged person. Versus she's all range.
In one iteration, didn't Ite have a bow?
Yeah, she's had a bow forever. It's only recently that she doesn't. Because I'm like, she doesn't fight. Bluish purple in here.
It'll be interesting to answer some of these questions when we introduce more characters too.
Feels kind of out of place. Oh, oops.
Okay, we got our next question. If the group was teleported into the world of Frazier, specifically his apartment, what would they do?
Be very confused by the appliances. And I can say this because this is something that we do actually explore.
Not specifically
No, not specifically Frasier, but like the idea of being
Frasier.
in like a modern world or whatever.
ironically, that modern world was originally based on Alberta. It's not really ironic, but that's a fun fact for you. Now, we had a bit of a discussion recently, like in the past year, about what exactly the modern setting that they end up going to, like what time period would it be most closely based off of.
Associated.
Yeah. And what I think we talked, I love the 1930s because I just love all that gangster aesthetic and everything like that. But we also talked about the 1950s, and I think we also talked about 1970s.
Settled in the 90s, though.
Yeah, we settled on the 90s. But we did consider other options.
It's okay. We can mix and match decades.
Yeah. As we were kind of like talking about it, we realized that changing the the era would have, like, the time period from what we originally wrote was gonna result in a lot of chain reaction things later down the road, that, like, those things we were not as interested in changing, so
Yet another emoji has been added to the submojis. Excuse me.
yeah.
I wish I knew about Frasier more to be able to answer that question. How would Frasier mesh into the world?
Mm.
I don't know. Silent. You don't what, Lynn?
Oh, I didn't say anything.
You had started to say something.
Yeah. I was just gonna address the maintaining a large story must be complicated. It can be. We have rewritten some parts of this comic multiple times. And are still actively rewriting some parts. 'Cause a lot of how we started with writing this was just stream of consciousness, and just exploring things and seeing where they went, which, you know, is fun and great, and gets you really in tune with the characters. But when you go back and you're like, okay, how do we make this into a cohesive story that makes sense, and is satisfying to read for other people, it can be a lot of editing and cutting and being like, oh, we need a scene here, we need a scene there. And because we're trying to tell this story as a comic, even when we get it cleaned up, when we get to the actual part of like, okay, how is it going to be presented in the comic? You know, it still keeps changing because it changes in the thumbnails and then based on what the dialogue is. But even the dialogue, if we've got a certain shot or a scene that we think can be told visually in a more interesting way, okay, well, we're not married to that dialogue. Like, maybe the dialogue needs to change.
Like, going back to my ramble earlier about how, like, comics are a visual medium, there's a lot of things that you can get away with visually that you don't necessarily need to do in the writing. So if like, the script that I write is just loose. And in fact, the entire second chapter, I didn't have a script for. I just made it up as I went because it was that's a chapter that's got a lot of like fight type things going on in it. So I needed to, you know, focus more on that rather than like what was being said. And then what was being said could be supported then by the images. And so it just like, comics are weird because they're both a medium where you can say a lot with very little, but take a lot of time to produce that lot with very little. Especially when your inking is as dang detailed and good as Lynn's.
Yes, I definitely slow down the process quite a bit. Especially when I can't get the motivation to draw for a few months.
Same.
Yeah. And like, how we do things is going to be different than how people who are working for DC or Marvel do it, or even, you know, like people who are solo creators, or people who've got, you know, like bigger teams. Like, it really depends on, you know, what skills you have and the number of people you have. It's going to determine what your process looks like. Because there are people who do not write scripts for their, like, for anything. Then they don't plan out anything, and they just draw, and it's just one panel after the other, and they just go where it takes them. But if you're working with, you know, like a studio or a publisher, usually, at least in the big ones like DC and Marvel, they'll have one person who's a writer. They'll have one person who's doing pencils. They'll have one person doing inks. They'll have one person doing color. Then they'll have a letterer. And then they also have an editor who's, overseeing all these different steps, or multiple editors overseeing all these different steps. And then they got a marketing team, and sometimes the marketing team steps in where they should not, like it can get very complicated. And it's very interesting sometimes where you look at some older comics and you can tell that the colorists or the artists and the writers were not communicating with each other, because there will be dialogue that does not match what's happening in the panels at all. And it really throws you off when you're reading it. And I'm sure it happens in modern comics, but like I'm not a huge, I'm not even a small consumer of DC and Marvel's current stuff, so I have no idea what their stuff looks like right now. Besides the I am aware of DC's April Fool's comic that they put out, because a bunch of people reviewed it on YouTube.
April Fool's comic?
Yeah. They said it's
bad?
Well, it was Harley Quinn, and it was all the jokes were like fart jokes.
What?
Yeah, so it was a comic all about Harley Quinn and farting, and the way that it was presented was very much like, is this a joke or is this fetish? Because it really feels like it's fetish and not just a joke with how it was presented. Gross. Yeah, no, it's pretty foul, like, and totally not in character with Harley Quinn at all. Like, she was not written by someone who understands her as a character, which is also typical of these big companies that, will shove their IPs onto different writers.
Well, you get all these inconsistencies.
Yeah, well, that's, like, that's how we got I'm the goddamn Batman, like, some of these memes from comics are just from writers who have absolutely no actual idea of how these characters are supposed to act. And sometimes that's intentional. Sometimes they do the, like, alternate, like, they are very transparent with being like, this is an alternate universe. And other times they're not. And I know that can create some turmoil, especially for, like, when DC or Marvel are like, oh yeah, the movies are now the canon lore of these characters, instead of, like, their origin stories or this certain year, this certain decade of comics that they're most well known for. It's like, no, now this is canon and this isn't. Very fascinating stuff. It's interesting to see how corporations handle stuff that is creative or fiction in nature.
That would be a good compilation title. This is canon, and just have a guy pointing excitedly at a cat. Actually, hilarious.
Yeah, do it.
And just like make it all parodies of existing like theme songs. Like it's just off. It's off just enough. It's your gray hat. Humming waterscapes first. And one day, the parody machine.
For a while there, Fort was really good, and still is good. I'm not gonna say that you're not good at it anymore, but like for a while there, you were doing lots of parody.
It was very easy.
Parody stuff, yeah.
Some of the content. I like making parodies. Like I made a parody to Bohemian Rhapsody off the top of my head in like 20 minutes. I didn't even have to look up the lyrics because I know that song because it's a white people song and I'm a white people. Whoops. When I'm colorizing Gremlin.
Thank you.
What, thank you.
Yeah.
That was not the response I expected.
I can see you working on it.
Yeah, I didn't even bother like redrawing it because I was like, no, the charm of this is lines are kind of cruddy.
Yeah.
Clones into something special. Back before I was on my current meds, I used to work on a fictional universe containing most of my silly and weird OCs. I've never become anything, but I miss it. Seeing you guys work on this stuff reminds me of it. Yeah. I hope in a good way. Like, definitely for sure hope that we remind you that it reminds you of it in a good way. Color am I going to use? Am I going to use pink? Yeah, I'm going to use pink.
We're pretty lucky to have a bunch of different outlets for this kind of creative stuff, because we've also got playing like tabletop games, and the forum roleplay that we're part of. So lots of characters that we're attached to, even if they're not comic characters, still have a home. And now with us getting you like exploring game dev a little bit, it's like, ooh, that's another possible outlet for some of this stuff as well. Thrift store superhero.
Oh, that's one of his songs. I think there's like I love the dollar store song. That one makes me cackle. Star superhero is the name of your overarching fictional universe. The superhero Puppy Daniels is the superhero with a pear for a head. Hey, Azure Nova, thanks for joining. Welcome in. Hope you're doing well. I'm doing all right. I'm working on some more Twitch emojis. Lynn's working on some comic pages. Overall, we are having a good time. Or at least I'm having a good time. I can't speak for everybody, I guess. Weird. Pixels are funky. Darn. That's not going to work out the way I want it to. Around the shadows. How was Devil May Cry? I think I'm gonna give this one some underlighting too.
Sure.
Give it like that, like ominous evil glow. Make it green. Yeah, let's do like an ominous green glow.
Are you gonna put these in Discord as well?
Yeah, they're already in Discord.
Okay, cool.
Soft light, let's do hard light. Which game jam? There's usually a bunch of them.
Yeah, I think there's like 4 going on right now. Probably more. 4 I know of.
GTK? What does that stand for?
Game Maker's Toolkit. That sounds like it's an asset jam.
It might be. In Discord before I put it in Twitch.
I imagine that, like, for composers, the trickiest thing with making a song for a game is figuring out how to make it loop really well.
What does this one look like without the green?
I tell you, we sure were stoked and blown out of the water when our composer for Exposure started sharing their work during the game jam. As we had no idea what things were gonna sound like. And we got some bops.
Holy moly, I'm so happy with the music we got for that game jam.
Yeah. I do need to ask Yuri for a couple of looping versions for some of the new tracks. So we can put them, so we can add them into the game for our 1-year update.
You'd have to forego the reverb, I'm guessing. Well, I think what Yuri did is that he gave like the first part of the track, so like the start of the track, and then picked a good point for it to start looping, and then created a second track that was just the looped bit. So like both tracks got put into the game, and it would like do one into the other, and then just continue to loop the second one.
The nice thing about the Dev Talk community is that lots of people are willing to give you advice or tell you how they do things if you ask. It's a pretty safe community to ask questions around. Like no one's gonna dogpile on you for not knowing something. So
yeah, it's a good opportunity for folks to learn.
Mm-hmm.
See, Lena, will you tell me if you like the one with green or without green better? I posted them in general in the Border Breaker server.
Oh, let me go look. I think without green.
Yeah, I was thinking that too.
Yeah, I think the green is just doing something funky to the colors.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, the one without green, I'll delete. And then to Twitch. Kelton always being in the hands cross pose makes it really hard to make his like proportions look like the way they're supposed to.
Yes.
Like he's supposed to have a pretty like classic cartoony buff man like silhouette.
Yeah.
And he just does not.
His arms are always crossed. It's like really. I only ever have to draw one of his hands.
It's convenient though.
I love this angle so much. This is such a goofy panel.
Hang on, this angle.
Yeah, the one where Akira and Kelton first show up, where they're where it's like the low angle. I love all of the panels with the fish guy on the ground.
Just struggling in the background.
Yeah, it's just they were really fun poses to draw.
I had a good time.
Well, I also love this one where you can't even see Daru and it's just him flailing. When the guard shows up.
He's like a foot.
Yeah. I don't know. I had a lot of fun drawing the fish guy. He had lots of fun poses.
But my goal is to make things that are fun to draw.
Yeah. Well, and like the centaur guards' faces were always so good, and I really liked doing the rock paper scissors scene.
Yeah, that one was fun. Oh, I'll have to tell Nan about how to shade that one.
How
to do the centaur faces.
Oh yeah, the centaur faces. Yeah.
I don't have a JPEG of that somewhere. Let me go find it. Page progress. No, we don't have that one yet.
Oh, Elton switches which arm is over and under between these panels. Okay, I'll have to... Oh, he does it multiple times, too. Oh, no. Kelton, pick which arm is over and under.
Whatever's easier. How do I draw him normally? Let me go look. Let me go look through how I've drawn him so we can keep it consistent. Because people don't change how they cross their arms. There's a way that your body thinks is comfortable, and that's the way you do it. Let's see. On the cover, he's got right arm tucked into left elbow. But he doesn't have his left hand on his right bicep. He's just got his other arm under. Because I didn't want to draw the hand because it was giving me problems, so I just tucked it away.
Right. Okay, well.
That should be... Okay, I think it's just that first panel then.
The first panel's wrong?
Yeah, because his left arm should be...
Well, I'll make this last panel will be wrong too, then. I've got 2 panels where he's one way and 2 panels that he's a different way.
Well, I'm sorry that I'm an inconsistent bitch.
I mean, we could leave it like that and intentionally make people be like, wait, why does it keep switching?
No, because I would nitpick it. If I would nitpick it in somebody else's work, then it's got to be right in my work. You know what I mean?
But like that's the funniest thing is like that's a guerrilla engagement farming tactic, is intentionally leaving in mistakes so that people will comment on it.
Yeah. I know. But also, no thank you.
Okay, fine.
What is this layer? This layer is a nothing burger.
Well, it's 11:30, so I'm probably gonna stop for tonight.
That's fair. Yeah, I mean it is. I'm a little like I want to do something else.
Yeah. I got 2 pages done and ready, so that was almost the amount that I wanted to get done.
Okay. Progress.
I did finish up some panels on this page. And I drew more on this page.
You're just jumping around.
Well, because like sometimes I don't know. It's a my brain works harder when I'm inking. So sometimes I need to take a break by doing flats. Because flats are mindless for me. It's just color picking and filling. And then doing a little bit of like quality control. But the inking takes a lot more thinking. And then of course sketching like the backgrounds. And doing the backgrounds takes a lot of thinking. So
indication of a building, and we don't need anything more. Just
yeah.
throw a color on there.
Well, yeah, and I've done that in some pages. So like these aren't the good examples of it. Hold on. Like in page 7, like I just did this silhouette for the background because that's fine. And these guys just have a gradient. And then like, I'm trying to take as many shortcuts as I possibly can. Trust me.
I know, I believe you.
So, like, on this page, I think only this first panel and this panel are going to have backgrounds. I haven't quite decided about this one with Aaron. I don't think it needs it. I might just add a couple more shapes.
Aaron is fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, just a couple more shapes and, like, maybe a different color.
Yeah. I might change some of the shapes on this one because it's a little awkward. Actually, I might make this one just like the same as the panel directly below it. I don't know. We'll figure it out. And who knows? Nin might have a different idea.
Title waiting to happen. Incredible.
It takes a lot more. You can have that one.
There you go. Free from the brain of Lynn.
Free from the brain of Lynn.
It's just a bunch of scribbling noises on a chalkboard. Okay, well, I got an ad break that's about to come up, which means I'm just gonna end the stream, and then
yeah,
I'm kind of awake now,
timing.
so yeah, I might see if anybody else is awake and wants to play games, and if not, I might play some Dead Cells. So thanks so much for joining. Really appreciate you hanging around, bro. Thanks for letting me use your music as my stream music. And we'll definitely be back Sunday-ish for Pokemon. So
Pokemon, gotta catch 'em all.
I'm so excited to play some more Soul Silver.
We haven't been doing that.
All right, we'll be back Sunday. Bye.
Bye. Good night, guys.